Hello. We are going to play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I think we're just gonna do one part right now. Um, just for those of you who don't know, we're already going to be in the we're going to be playing Great Ace Attorney. Yep. We're in the last episode, so we're almost done with this one. So after this one, well, I guess we'll do like a revisit of all the other Ace Attorneys because today Apollo Justice Trilogy dropped. So I'm actually low-key kind of down to play that. You know, from the last one, we found out that Kazuma was still alive. So Twisted Karma and his last Kadima. Oh, he's saying Holmes, by the way. 不思議な新聞広告から始まる奇想天外な事件。 and I think the so somehow I'm assuming this episode is gonna be like tying all of the fucking motherfucking Watson Wato-san. 早く帽子を取りたまえ。行こうじゃないか。相棒。僕たちの冒険は終わらない。さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。 Yeah, yeah, you know. I play this game. Okay. All right, that makes sense. So yeah, I'm just assuming this episode is gonna tie all of it. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial on Cosmo regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Yeah. 1st November, 1024, Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Sada-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? She was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is! Oh, father! Ooh, looking dat and spiffy. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruto. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, 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 no. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with their steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo guilty! Oh, you're... The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, Shawty's like a melody in my head. Whoa, 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 what the fuck's going on? Eh. 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 Right. Hold on. Motherfucker. Hey, yawn. I'm gonna put this like right here. Jesus. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku, how are you? It's been a long time. Good, you remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? There was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. No, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Eugene? Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. Must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs? It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged! Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes, no, hold on. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Dum, dum. How was the voyage here? I like how he's like, oh, can you tell us more about it? And then we just talk about like a random fucking topic. Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of the line. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same road as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Padova. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugene. You were close friends with the Professor of Forensic Science at Major Hospital. Rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin? Genshin Impact? You know, I presume, father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. Never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a close trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. And one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Cosmo has since turned up here in London working as the apprentice of Lord Von Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us. Oh, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die, he's alive. As you knew, didn't you, father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive? Here in London, you say? Never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see it. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. Wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. Wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. With Eugene here, Genshin, Asogi, and myself, we were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today. I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. I went to do research at Great London Hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a... What? No more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. My cup of tea at all. Do you remember the Scottish president governor, Caden his name was? He was a good man. Yes, but then of course in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up into my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Sato's gone off at a run. Stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Sasato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for you. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry, what do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, Sally was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It's a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man, and it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why now I feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not rarely afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. I'm gonna fucking lose my voice. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Anatawa. Well, the thing is, So sorry that took so long. Mrs. Sato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. No, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikutobo was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask him. Lord Chief Justice. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. A supplement to your original with the figures you've asked from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Ziggs doing here? Why, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? The place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I'm right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands, then. Lord Van Zeeks, I will attend at once. Not didn't you? No, but I haven't done anything. Have I? She barely touched the ground, I must. My dedicated right hand in many years was recently put out back in spectacular fashion. Your left hand still looks like Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Sight. Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Sight's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You need to concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zooks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort, though disturbingly his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh. It's become a Kazuma-sama now. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential, which is why this landmark's first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can... Oh, Jesus Christ. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. In the New World. Thing as ever, I see. Passion of his is quite something. Yeah, every bit as passionate in your own way. Sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It's my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General. What time is it? 10:23? Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go get my little puppy. Doggy! I saw he's. God damn, I dropped 1.5% already? God damn. Oh, this is total. So the disgrace of I first established a forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Sight at the helm, it was so steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. Can you not do that now? Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back a country's advancements in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. That were the reason. He simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened to Bill. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. About Lord Van Zeke's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends. How did you become an apprentice of Lord Van Zeke's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here? He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was, so I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeke's. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeke's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. It's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeke's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh, I take it you also didn't know. That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Nasogi. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock finding out my friend's father was, yes, Genshin Nasogi. The professor came 10 years ago Professor Case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murderers and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. No one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there was some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a massive murder? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey? Okay, so then I get this. Hey. Mad screaming in the most unflattering. You think could it have been Mr. Holmes? Oh, I do hope not. Wait, don't do it anymore. Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this aggressive display. Who are these people? Their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Holmes. Right, you coming with me now. Don't down to the clink. No, it's not in prison. This is dark and damp, and I don't like it. What is the darkness? It is my friend. I am not scared. But you're scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Oh, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Iris. Thanks, you're a great detective. She makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Ryu now. Oh, Iris, we're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Oh, hey, whoa. Dr. John H. Watson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. What the fuck? But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Do I have a crumb with such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now, for I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Mr. Holmes, where are the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you, all manner of infractions. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Sherlock Holmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh, you're the target of a crime, Mr. Holtz? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. Should have asked Grexy to come too. We could have had an interesting tea party. Did send a word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler, that's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads had been up to no good? What the men did? Hello? Oh, okay. Okay, that's why. What was it about the greatest problem? Oh, was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Holmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author... Wait, okay. So 1859. So it's 1899. Okay. And 1893. So it's already been 5 years. Okay. Okay. Earliest. Oh. You can go all the way down to the 1800s, or I have to go. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, no, everything's all right. Yeah. Okay. What? No, 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 no. What the fuck? What the? You need to go. Cover the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Do 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 dun 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 dun. Use it to us. Fantastic science crew. But how? Then they carried him out of the cabin. I assembled them in the lobby area. And I made them swear. Leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Well, stop doing dumb shit. And she won't. What the fuck am I missing? Fucking go back to the chief office? Um, no? No? Go back down here? Hmm. I'm just looking now. Okay. There's nothing we can do. Okay, go back. Oh, there's a newspaper. Ah. Something to do with that. Alright. That's what's going on. Someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Holmes. To the Red-Headed League. Hmm? Does that strike you in some way? Thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. No. Sorry. The first instance and quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploit. Skill or boast? Like the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. I'm sure that every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. Right, Susie, there's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. Be stretching a point, I think. You have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. Member recently passed away. Good question, I feel, Mr. Holmes. Such a red-headed fellow. By the windows of chemistry. Stumbled upon a person that when taken turns one's hair flame like red. When you turn a blind eye, you feel a little danger. Create red signals more than just a little. Danger, surely. You're sure the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a Custer's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front, but when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation? To reply, shh, don't give me away. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. You're at present the greatest problem known to man. Be willing to accept any case, no matter how stimulating, say locating a runaway. Spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Oh, hey, it's that lady. To upset me. Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Oh, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. What's the matter, Mr. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now that you come to mention it. What are you to take the case, sir? What is no object? Simply name your figure. Any almost are a little consequence to me, madam. Offer the case to solve is rewarded. What a basil! When did I ever get my hopes up? Merchant. You're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week. Oh, I recognize her. To have a man's feet in the palm of one hand, oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. So, being hard of hearing, I meant... Pardon? Don't worry if you can't hear. It's fit for you, really, nothing more. But you started, Mr. Holmes. Thank you very much. You need to sit quietly in the corner. Tell us about your husband, madam. Damn. Got the fucking curls and shit. Really remarkable gentleman by appearance, at least. How long have you been married? It'll be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hair clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's the kind of man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Holmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some indiscreet ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. Old guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. What for that extra responsibilities he is remunerated more handsomely than the other orders. Barclay Prison, Mr. Really, Barclay? Oh, fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. No. Always using my fucking feet as a pillow. Hey man, you're gonna make my fucking feet go. Hey man. Hey man. Hey, Loki. No? Alright, go fuck yourself. So this is fucking roughly like 1920s because when did the phone? No, he received the telegram. Okay. All right. While he's talking to that. Boom 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 boom. All right, let's see here. Let me see here. What is this? Let's see here. Buttons, buttons, buttons. Sometimes I have to look at the picture because sometimes we're all like, oh, let me like look at the back, and then the back's probably just gonna have a bunch of shit like, oh, like let me look at the back, you know? That's a really HD version of this, you know? Well, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. My dear Philip, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. You dick. Excellent. Then why did you make her it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. Barclay Prison, I mean? So you noted that. Gate Cemetery. Why am I getting a fucking... I'm requesting a meeting. We were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Whoa! Why is a guillotine there, man? Stop it! This place is full of hardened criminals. Can I remember the last time a civilian was down here? You didn't know... You deny I want to talk to an inmate, but tonight... You... Do you know who I am? I'm the governor, Barrack Hayden. Yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Miranowski Naruhodo, the defense lawyer. I'm an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Um, yes? Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I don't like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicion-looking Easterners. Now get out of me air. Get out of me air. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... So then we go back to Strongheart. You're sniffing around the Buddha case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's Great Web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get only, before I punch your lights out. We're going! Because that killer still haunts this place. Not going to get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. So then we're gonna move. Damn. Alright. Temple no world now that I'm unpacked. Where's Judge Jigoku? She's not done relaxing, so he's taking himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Sir, you mentioned something before about how you know the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Governor Caden, you mean? Suspicious Easterners. Maybe that you know holders are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts. Not for long. He's just scribbling. Introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees mine, he'll change his tune. Thank you. The letter of introduction has been entered into the court record. There's a lot of going back and forth in this one. Good luck then. Ooh, it's a fucking... Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. Oh, they changed it. Okay. What's this then? You can now pull the wool over my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student. Ikotoba? That that young jock from the forensics laboratory? That that young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Ikotoba? That's exactly him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. Gee, you're the young man's daughter? And you didn't know anything to mention that before? I do apologize. Aye. Well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? Then never forget to try one of these weave. Never forget to try one of these weird ankle biscuits. Oh, Jesus. There's influence nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the start now. So, what can I do for you, Anne? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see? He's gone missing? Missing? That's right, it's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I have not heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. But how can that be? I deny. It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Vigil? That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Pardon by him only going missing yesterday for now. Maybe that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Stand Mr. Visual, chief warder here at the prison. Aye, Nati Oz. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about, no doubt to boot it. He was a fine learner. Whoa! He does not work here no more. He left the job. He left the job. What was this exactly? There's a question. When was the boot? And I have been much less than 10 years ago now. What? 10 years ago? Stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye. As I minded you can spell his name in all that time, that's a worry if he's gone missing though. But Mr. Visual made no mention of it. Perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know? I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Different Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Visual give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Position of Chief Order 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Aye. Now that's a word for it in here, a walk to the gallows. And an execution. It's the job of the chief order to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any execute. Oh, because they tried to execute him, but he couldn't be executed. Well, they tried to execute him, but they fucked up because he still survived, and that's when the fucking bitch was like, "Patang, patang," you know. Only Visual did something unthinkable on that last walk. He was mean. He was mad. What did he do? That's what he didn't do. Sorry, but can I reveal that information? I can all reveal that information, but I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. Why wouldn't Mrs. Visual know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? What would that be, Anne? That last execution that Mr. Visual was responsible overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. Father came to Britain all those 10 years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. With one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Now you can. Yes, I can imagine. The advancement in medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father's worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today. St. Sinners, that's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikotoba and I have used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms. And we used to sit in here for hours and gab on mood dissection and all sorts. Ugh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his word. I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Oh, Didn't I tell you anything else? Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one more for you away then. Sure, I'll have it here somewhere. Oh, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit. Oh! Aiding and abetting the escape from his prison, from this prison, a convict, a professor just prior to his execution. Aiding and abetting the escape from Genshin Asogi just prior to his execution. Details of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure his assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. So Barry Caton. Alright. 25th of June. Alright, cool. Cool. Okay. Let's go to Chief Justice first. Because he's still there, so let's present him. Alright. Alright. What the fuck is going on now? Here. Say nothing, your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. Turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Please tell me, what a friend. Have you gotten some new information? Oh, yeah, something very surprising. In fact, though, it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. Well, certainly isn't, but still, you discovered that. Shops! Drop everything, Holmes. This is more important. I can't how to maneuver it. Gregson? It's the boss. The boss is... He's... He's dead. Gregson, no! What? What? I just found his body. Shot with a pistol? What? Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? Rixie. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Gregson was severely shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there investigating the scene. What is this place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. No, nowhere near his home. He's perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, strange. The boss was go good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet. One day I was going to show him. I'd become a proper detective. Chinny. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? Got him already. Ready? Let's shoot her so soon. Witness reported something fun was going on. The boys got straight down to there and took care of him. Who was awful? I still can't believe it myself. Oh, Van Zieks or Kazuma? It's the Reaper. Oh shit! Wait a minute! You don't mean it's Lord Van Zieks for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No, Van Zieks. You didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. There you go. Well, anyway, I'm taking the cab over to the scene right now. Please come along as soon as you can. You gotta help. Hey man, I'm fucking calling it. It's Strongheart. I'm calling it. Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. Piss off, yeah? Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I like to be, with the last person on Earth I like to see. Wouldn't very well not welcome that. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was. Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to show case details of the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrine. Of course, yes, I keep forgetting the same university. Now I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we?
What is it you want to know? Alright, you bitch. Shut up. Strange. I mean, let's face it. Lord Van Zinks never minces his word. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zinks? What happened? You already know. Shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We're told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witness heard a gunshot. What happened myself? But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? You don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. It's going to need a lawyer, though. Ah, Let me be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet. Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. No defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of you with those deep that, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? Come on, give me it. Give me it. It's fucking Strongheart. I'm calling it, guys. His friend, for example. This conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zinks, if you like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another man. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. Not the police, not the judiciary, not you Nipponese. But please, I have no intention of engaging your services. It's too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. And what happened? to Inspector Gregson. Alright, cool. At least in this one, in this game, like they'll fucking, what's the word? What's the word? You in other games, like they say, like, oh, like, you know, don't come back here right now, but you stay there and you can still examine it. At least in this game, it's like, oh, okay, like there's really nothing you could do, so just fucking get out of there. Sorry, Lucky, I just had to fucking move my feet because you're getting a little heavy for your own good, my guy. We should go on a walk soon. Monday? You want to go on a walk on Monday? Yeah, you do, you little. Oh, he's there. What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers is gonna be taken right, so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked. Don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blind man, ain't you lot never gone over and I was looking for dough and the owners out of town? Alright, Coop. Let me just fucking examine. Jeez, I already see something. Go back. Yeah, I see something. See red hair. Alright, so we got the red hair out of the way. We want to see this, because that's also... Give me 1 second. I gotta double check. I want to see something. Because I have this Switch Plate controller. And apparently, my brother's saying that it doesn't work. So I'm just gonna... Sorry, buddy. Just gonna see something real quick. And it's dying. Okay, hold on. I wish they would tell us this. Apparently, like the fucking. Press and hold the program button on the back controller. Which one's the program button? Oh, this one? Alright. Oh, I just died? Uh, Fuck! Alright, there it is. I was like, dude. Jesus Christ. There's like some. Yeah, fuck it. Fucking. Wait. We'll just keep playing. Let me see here. There you go. Oh, I was gonna let it charge. That wasn't me, I swear, Loki. It wasn't me. I don't know why I fucking stopped to like do things like this. Dun, 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 dun. So we have two pieces of evidence. Huh. There's also a reset button here. Huh. What the fuck is going on here? Because I... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know. Your mom's oh. That's all I can say. Oh. There's my other controller. I'm doing it. Alright, and then we'll go to the third. Sorry, am I hurting you, Loki? Did it hurt you? Nah, I'm gonna handle it. Come on, don't be, don't be. Hmm. Hmm. Whoa! Ooh. And then let me see here. All right, that's all it has. All right. So there's that. So and then after that, so Absolutely covered in scraps of paper. I mean, it's an autopsy report, isn't it? To the prison inmates, yes. In fact, they're all the sort of documents that only detectives can normally acquire. What's that doing here? It's in there for some reason. It's a fireplace. There's a door. Let's see, what else do we have? It's all broken and whatnot. Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, so then we go to the court record. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, cool. I just want to double check. Alright. Look, yes, they look like some sort. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you? Only this one candle has been cracked in half, it seems. So I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. And we go back here. No. Alright, whatever. So now we're just gonna go back, present. What if I go back to prison? What? After years since I got out of the thing? I decided to give up my diamond and become a detective instead. It kind of set my mind at ease when you said that. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been written by some code called Hugh Boone. like Inspector Gregson himself. Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Hey, man. Oh. Man, I already know all of this, man. Uh, uh, all right. What else? Ooh. It's Mrs. Vigil. Oh, I thought there was gonna. I thought. Uh, mhm. Can we talk to this dude? I already looked to this top and bottom. So let's look at the fireplace. So I'm missing something. Uh, and then this is all I have. I already showed her the policeman figurine, right? Oh, cool. Can't believe I had to fucking do all of that. Dun, 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 Oh, it's gonna be 73 degrees. Sweet. Yeah, I already kind of called it. All right, go fuck yourself then. Absolutely, I have no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. Ooh, actually. Uh, he's 24. So then does that mean he's 17? Oh, see, you're fucking maths off. You said 7 years. 7 years, you're senior. That's 23. Fuck you. Unless, you know, he just turned 20. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Boom, boom, boom.
When you write, your tone.
Uh, so prosecutors get guns? Nice. Alright, so then let's go to him. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here in London. So sorry for what's happened. You okay, buddy? You getting a fucking crap? What's going on? You know, my memory might have returned to me. There's something that won't return to the way it was before. What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? Just wanted to thank you. You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean and you carried out my role to perfection. We were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. It's the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have to what it takes. But Lord Van Deeks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Oh, that's his brother! No, Gregson. It's Lord Van Deeks and Inspector Gregson. A photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? That's his brother! God damn it! We already know that's his brother. This is played very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Alright, cool. We're gonna go back to the prison, because, you know, finally have to go to the fucking prison. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret, and I was reading them to pass the time. How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. Going to be Kazuma Sogi. Sogi? Well then.
Seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. You came by this old photograph. Where'd you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. That was unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is it the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother. Clint. Dun 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 dun. Had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. I had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Oh, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. It was as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. Alright, cool. The director of prosecutions at the time was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. I get it. Yeah, I understand that he's the father. So cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later. The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart's apprentice calls him to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset. Well, what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Casimir recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this child to somebody like that? Sogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all Japanese. I've only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer, the so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Isogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted an Asogi's trial. It would ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor's case inquiry, Lord Miles Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Oh, gaining a little Apollo Justice kind of plot line. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm calling it Strongheart. All of the fucking evidence is pointing to fucking Strongheart. God damn it. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Of all things, as a lawyer. Your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred had festered inside of me, I could no longer control it. I can understand why now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Sogi I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard. Dun dun. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigation made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. It's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? Dun dun. That I don't know. Oh? I was issued with the revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. Must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make me the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. It doesn't look good, that's for sure. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. Don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks? From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wish I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolutely integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Nesogi. And he ironed less than the man who betrayed his trust. Hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? What if I was supposed to show it at the end? I tend to protect myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. Please, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Oh shit. 2.5 hours? Not bad. must have been an incredibly hard thing to do.
Okay, so it's already been like about a year, so I just want to see something. It's about an hour. How long does it take for this shit to charge? Oh, there it is. So I simply cannot let the man down. Think I have to like let it charge and let it like, you know, cook a little bit, you know? I'll let it cook. Tomorrow in the Old Bailey against my old friend Cosmo. To be continued right here. I got enough time to fucking do this. I think I got enough time. 2 hours? Do I go to work in about 12 hours? Yeah. Dun, dun. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, yeah. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. Even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there, I suppose? Wait, can't... If I have the gun... Okay, yeah, I can fucking... There's a new dish here. Okay, I see something. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Wait. Dun 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 dun. This is the fucking me channel. Oh. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I was like, wait. Dun, 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 dun. A little more courtesy, if you please. Was far from ordinary. You mean? Not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. It's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Oh, it's court. Oh, he's finally back to white hair. Let's go. You mean no to my highness, an outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much has happened yesterday that, well, completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ah, what to one man is a little hair problem, to another a day of drinking dubious poison after dubious poison. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. What is your kind? Good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London celebrating great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far-greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. Whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be... Oh, I for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Holmes? After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind of my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Hey. Is everything okay, Loki? ¿Estás bien, buddy? Okay, buddy. ¿Quieres dormir en la cama? ¿Quieres dormir en la cama? I'll be right back, boys. Meows. Bye-bye. Puppies. Puppies. Oh, let me just... Oh. How are you doing, buddy? Ah! Gina! It's been proposed. So I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Well, it's an honor to have you here. I want some fruits now. I'm getting a little bit sick. I don't know if you guys feel that, but... Oof. Uh-oh. Oh, yes, Gina? You agreed to this, eh? Oh, yeah, you take them on. Sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe it. If it wasn't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. If it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Higher eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you got to find who done this and make the wrench pay. Guns over the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. Alright then, here we go. It's night, Mr. Naruhodo. What of Zeeks? One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murder. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, and of course to collide headlong in this trial. This is the fucking me channel. I just realized that. It's time to shine a light on these. Going to have to look it straight in the eye. Dun 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 dun. Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant Barak von Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and the prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Kazuma-sama, I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been the scars like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind the scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truth revealed by these proceedings may have been unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. Hold that word, my lord. The burden of all arbitration and education the burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant. No members of the public are present. Might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must advocate. The counsel for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. Hey, whoa, 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 don't call it that. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st of November at just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental paper. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. Not sure you're about the time of the incident. Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshots, and all have reported at the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. Oh, I broke a fucking... Did I break a fucking... Oh, shit. Or is that just a piece of shit? Oh, that's a piece of shit. Victim was found curled up in one corner. Believed that he was shot from the front at point blank range and died instantly. How was the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entire entry wound. The powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point blank range. I see. Yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. He was 45? Damn, British time of death. There's no time of death. There's no time of death stuff. Maria Gory? Supposed to be like a play on word for Mariah Carey? I don't fucking know. Murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord, not conclusively. Furthermore, my lord, I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candle, the candle burn mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. You noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime scene is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Alright. So there's a teacup. I don't remember teacup being there. Okay. So you have the door here that opens. Gregson's open like that. I could have sworn though that was flipped around. You got 3 candles. You got the broken windows here, fireplace right here, and then you have the case files right there. Okay. Oh my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone, but there is a precious little furniture inside and is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other, when a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene. He found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zieks. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth. Defendant, take the witness stand. Okay. So I'm going to state your name and occupation for the court. Bart Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's open presses. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away, namely why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come, or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it.
Your formal testimony then, witness. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshots. I had spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants? And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Sogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's coming to Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Dude, he's setting up a trap. You fucking know it. He's setting up a trap. Well, we gotta see this through. Oh, dude, that's a cool side profile pic. I was investigating Gregson. Okay, so he was investigating when I first entered the room that day. It was dark inside and I saw no one. Okay, so it was dark. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard him. I'm sorry, Ghost. It was my fault. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Okay, so we already done all that. We're gonna press that because why was he investigating Gregson? You're investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. It's the court to understand that on the day in question, you followed the victim to the scene. No, I was privy to his movements in advance. Ah. I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense, as it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you're investigating the victim, and yet you refuse to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge on their oath. Everything I can defend this man. Okay. Saw no one. I heard a gunshot. Just as I picked it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements, well, okay, saying they heard the gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in this process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. So who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Could it be? Then the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh, without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point in fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Also, I'd like to oblige you with an answer. I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that. Okay. Can I see ya? Dun 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 dun. So she said it was all about impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There's no artificial light in the room, you see. You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for sure. So I guess this one's just like just pressing. Alright. And flood examine the body. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak van Zeek, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because their room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candle brum. That prove anything. If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it's been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. Okay, so he's doing the defense lawyer route, but he's trying to
That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out, but the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candle broom, and the accused claim that you couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of those documents on that board. Indeed, what is this common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barrick von Zieks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. No. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout, and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper, and when he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. By the Reaper's hand! What? Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barrick von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Yasoglu's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. It's formidable. Counsel. Get a fucking... Alright, let's see here. Paper from 10 years ago is running with age. Look, out of interest. The most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same red-headed league advertisement Mr. Shanzo picked up. Do you remember there was a red hair piece at the scene too? Was it Inspector Gregson and exponent of the red-headed league then? Is that it? Is that it? Ooh! This? Oh, look. Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color. Blood, isn't it? Oh dear. How disturbing. Oh, there's gonna be some big bullshit right now. Names we don't use names. Far too fancy for the like of us. We're just free and easy, so what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno, spin a few words into a verse for them. Oh, I'd be writing this scene that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street. Everyone calls me gossip. I saw Johnson little tidbits passing by, you know? Just 2 little tidbits. Oh, an absolute smash for you, sir. Right up your gill it is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man counsel. Alright. 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slight Street gets had twins. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread, but that's bits up to you and your mouth, of course. Got more, you know, want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. Curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottle lip of yours. Name that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me, I'm Venus, that's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? Funny, isn't it? Sell these little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop, what you say? No? Are we not? Exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah. The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I'll tell them that if they get 100, they can blow up the school. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What you say then, eh? Want a pot with 6 pence for a pot? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what. I'll let you in on a little secret. If you got 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman counsel. Alright, I'll buy one. Right there. That's for you. It's only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that. There'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Hold on, hold your horses. Come on, we gotta fucking do this. We gotta do this right. Alright. Oh! Ah. We just fucking did that in court, by the way. I'm a thinker, me think. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street watching the world go down about me. They call me the Observer. Yeah, I will, man. I haven't called you sandwich and you know it. Problem shit is a problem have that they say. I give advice, I do, and what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. You have quite a cast here. Means conduct a business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And all in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime scene. I thought, just between us. Mr. Milo, what am I doing? What am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. All see is light and shadow, playing with their eyes. Is any of it real? So we're gonna have to somehow. But yeah. And we're gonna talk about the gunshot first. On play. The Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. Hey, Reaper himself. I was a little shocked. I won't deny it, but I'm not I'm not a lily livered coward. I stood my ground, gave that Reaper a cold hard stare myself. I can't move very well. You're way behind, presumably, with that sandwich border around your neck and that big sign in your hands. What a creep burden you bear. pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? But I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Nahal. I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. And the bishop is just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Full of surprises. Who do you mean exactly? Not at all. That fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Sure, am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it? Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. Harry red moth still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chump? Aye, he was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party? No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, we already checked that part, but... Let me see here. Wait. But it doesn't even look like you got shot in the chest. It looks like you got more shot in the gut. Okay. Me? Just too scared to go in there. Okay. All right, let's see here. I need to keep that a secret. What? Full of blood. Mm-mm-mm-mm. That might be a problem. This is a message from all of us. Yes! So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room? Are you quite sure about that? What else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter? The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint and blood left very clearly at the scene. The back of this notice board. The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness handprints to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was on the opposite corner of the room to the victim in an upright position, even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. It would have been a considerable distance from the body. Well, over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the false testimony. The witness claims to have wiped his bloody hand on the floor, yet no sign of the remains at the scene. The simplest explanation is that the witness is lying. Just because it's the simplest explanation doesn't make it the correct one, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Positing perjury simply because it suits you, you bring shame on your Japanese heritage. Hey, what the fuck? Hey, bro, this makes... What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. Claim that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point, and that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you this to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Well, okay, so here, right? All right, hold on. You gotta look at this. Right. So then, if it's like right here, right? Let's put it on the floor. So this is right hand, right? And then that means he fell like this. Right? He fell to the floor, and it's like this, right? It's like this. It's like this. It's like this. Right? And then you wiped it. So then that means so then it could have been like right here? The doorway? The court would think back to the testimony given to the defendant earlier. He said that when he entered the room, it was dark and he couldn't see the body. The notice board had been there. The body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. True. Or in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but you was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. Strike the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Goodness gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Yari! Order. Counsel, has this not come to... The incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating. Obstruction of justice! Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord! You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. Oh, anything about their notice board? I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. What? You just said that you went to the fucking cop. I don't know anything about it. I'm just a bystander. Me, just a cat. Who's that Reaper? I bet he's got a face that screams bored. Can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died but when we heard the gunshot. Okay, so there's two avenues. So none of you can elaborate further. Even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barrick Von Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witness despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. I mean, the fireworks? This is the part. So I've been letting their teachers know what they're up to. man's always snitching him out. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Miss Venus' statement just now brings something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts? Deep philosophical thoughts? Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Ah, I see what he did. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? On about, old man. Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You have a certainly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. Alright. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Oh, Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from, but it was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten lie over there. You mean to say that you did, in fact, take yourself into the scene of the crime after all? I tell you, eh? So I was good at telling bare-faced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the tree to the... Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord. Of course. So now we press her. Okay. So we're gonna press and be like, hey, what the fuck happened in there? You make a habit of lying, do you? I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. How old is she? Oh, no one knows the age. You're telling us that you did move that board? That I did sleep. What? You daft bomb? I don't believe it. That card doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. My imagination needs the truth now! I might have found this old pocket watch under the nosebud, I suppose. Just a bit of junk like that can't be worth much if you... complicit. You're the one who took it. You're the one who took it. Mm. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Taking odd jobs right now. What are you talking about? Ooh, what if it's okay? So I think I'm mm, 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 mm. Aha! Thank you. That's what makes sense. Oh, what's up, John? I'm just fucking trying to figure this shit out. Comma, chameleon. She did it. Which woman? We're fucking we're defending my prosecutor apparently. Mm-hmm. Thing in the world apart from the truth. The big fat lie. Of course. I'm lost. Come on. This desecration of the truth is really rather disturbing. I think perhaps we should move on to the next witness. You did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street and Maho. This Little Red Riding Hood. I don't think it was. Business owner. She's just a swindler. It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I spot it, I might have to trip it out. But someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians. Ah, does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? Oh, we already. All right, cool. What if? What's the stopwatch? Yes. Let's go. I think that's not necessarily the case. Oh, at the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. The key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? So the watch stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's a merely coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when the crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him. That watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, hi. Well, how do you explain that? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. I mean, what would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it down every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead! What? Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't even the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. Okay, I thought it was glitched out. What the fuck? That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. Catches on fast, doesn't he? But that blood could be explained in a number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond the question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Whoa, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. The whip now? What the fuck? I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself, then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... What the fuck is it? Take that! Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these fake gunshots. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness? Now, hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pence, like this. Ooh. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those firecrackers off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers at Fresno Street to hear. Didn't. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak von Zeeks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? That's why people like them. Fear for your fingers, you young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a time bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like whenever you like. I should know how to worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device? Yes, exactly, a time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound? The fucking, what the fucking... As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candle broom has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim? I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But it is not the case. That there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Oh? Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be? The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to be put another way, the candle and firecracker were joined together. Culprit somehow attached the fireworks at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two. Bam! Until eventually ignited the fuse of the firecracker, generating a loud sound. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. What a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe, the previous day even. No, just hold your horses. All of us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? You couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say it was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick? In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke. Now, hold on. Katsuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. What the fuck is going on? What do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe the trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly. I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within the Scotland Yard. Even within the yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent that what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for grand deception. Deception of what nature, Council? Targeting red-headed men across all London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. It's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Oh. Ugh. We're in it now, boys. Dun, 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 dun. Yum, 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 yum. Hey, Otto. I'll catch you, my dear fellow. Hello, Mr. Holmes, Gina. Sure about what you said in there? The boss you know actually died the day before? It's pretty odd to swallow. Yes. I'm shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Holmes. But I was more shocked than all of you together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? It's strange that there's no time of death noted. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Then on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered this body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Redhead League, so perhaps something happened with them. Think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Holmes? You were taken in by their trick? No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Sweet. That's right, Suze. It was me what took 'em in. I still a tip off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. Preparing that witness stand next. Okay. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Well, why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tie him with the same brush as you, Holmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Cosmo. He knew we'd arrived at this point somehow. You're right. What you really trying to achieve here today? The answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Dun 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 dun. Cosimo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder. And I wonder. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Dun dun dun. Are you ready then, Mrs. Sato? Yes. opening session. Some closed court hearing of Barak von Zakes, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Stogie. My lord, have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men in the courtroom. Two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rochelle, a descendant of the great de Rochelle family from nation France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowner from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduated from Tennessee are the future leaders of Europe. What? Do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out. Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the Hilarious brothers. See, couple? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Che, are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Viva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me these couple. And secondly, we are not the Hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Shabello, there it is, the couple Strampacard, the furrowed brow. It is deeper, couple, the furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, Chester. What exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alas, I will explain it. No, couple. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair now. At school, we were teased for this without pity. The couple here, it was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi Mountain. Those dogs one day the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow. And Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same name notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League. It's the Leprechaun. It's not... The Leprechauns are Irish, you asshole. Hey, Cheska. I am honored that you have seen it. They said the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. From each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Hey, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. Oh, it's not. See, and now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rossall and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. You had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. A couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously he's dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Aloha, this victim has had nothing to do with us. You have a lot, and well, it is your fault that we got caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present? Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. I did not interview this man. Who's looking at... Nobody's looking like this come to the park, this I can promise. Must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Oofa, with this attitude, you get to know, huh? He's really a sulking now. He's really... No, leprechaun edition. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. And I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, night. That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah, yes, my lord. Alright. Which fucking statement should I press? There's one thing I should press. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled the parking lot that day. I don't recall the man in this photograph. A couple? No, I don't remember him. And obviously he's down now, but I'm sure he was not in the... Hey, but what's going to do, huh? Oof. We're not having much of fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. Now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. A couple? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? Is this still charging? Hold on. I don't think it's been charging. Alright, wait, hold on. We'll leave that for charging for a little bit. What do you mean by that? The problem is not to say, I couple. After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk, to Dunkirk to my companion, yeah. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but this is the easy mistake to make, huh? The first, the 31st. I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of these that the so-called Great Red-Headed Detective caught us. Couple? You know what, I think this is the walk of forward. It's a holy punishment, right? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick of his anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a pasta. Maybe he was killed before? Dun 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 dun. Hold on, I'm just trying to fucking... Oh, it's still fucking charging. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay, what the fuck? Someone is the photograph was not there. Oh, let's see here. I want to see something real quick. Oh, did it die? I'm sorry. I'm like trying to do something real quick.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out for my brother. Why are you gonna give me a fucking...
Diagnostic and sense move. We're just gonna move perfectly, both left to the right. So if we intentionally press the buttons in the back and lower or narrow the analog stick range, then it won't work. All we have to do is to
Alright, I fixed. Oh, I fixed my brother's computer on stream. I see. Mr. Dorochi. But why, couple? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Order. When does vote face in your face, Maitland? It's simple. A man who was at the park that said to us that there was no such man. Not I. What are you saying, good couple? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like these came to the park. Basta, capo, basta. You beat me at the many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat up the pasta, no one is faster. You are inferior to me in every other way. Shut up. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir.
Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was unexpected from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. You or someone else. Can you be so sure? Because to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capoeira doesn't take enough nonsense, eh? I forgot you know, but he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most convincing. At the capo, you're a genius. You see in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? What happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out to the park. It's fantastico. And look, here's the identification. So you stole it from the man? He added the comment. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Admittedly. Can you just say he's familiar? Indeed, the person described does not appear to have been he. I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Dum, dum, dum. Whoa, hold your horses. Let's open the card. It's a warrant card. Tobias Group. Inspector. Wait, what? So then we present. Let's go. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? What's your intention here, counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves. It would be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. Hold it. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Lars! My Preston witness. But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, it was always on it. If you lose something, it's reported at once, you'd say. Could be then. The inspector was physically unable to report it. Physically? What are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know nothing. I done nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave like little more like a master criminal than that, no? Now I wish I'd returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I... Wait a minute, stop your whining and start talking. I think the court will need to hear you sorry in considerably greater detail. I know nothing. I don't know nothing. She will tell everything. Face the worst possible outcome. Try your eyes and testify again. Plot these identification papers and the precise circumstances in which... For crying out loud. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night that our secret died out. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I too scared to let him go that day just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. That might have been a little tussle, but we did them no harm. And the next morning, we let him go. He spent the night. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. A couple? It was never part of my plan. I swear it! Mufasa, you think it wasn't my fault, eh? Because I got the date of the ferry wrong? Interesting. Where? As Peppino said, we were convinced it was not genuine. It will pay, it will pay. That's not what I was gonna ask him. Okay. Me mad and it makes me sad. What can we do? Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. That it'll cost you, of course. Yeah, but you see, that is why we need the Red-Headed League to fight for the justice. That's not a holo. Give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. Prison, huh? No, again, Mr. No. Wait a minute, it's not. Madai. If anyone was disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. No, I don't think it was them.
I already did that. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Boff, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of work, a couple. Oof, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Don't blame him. You chased him, Mienzo, and we caught him again. You will blame us. Wait, you did it. You shoot the man in your haste, did you? What do you think we are? Of course not. We caught all them again and took him back to the room. Ooh. Mr. Rossi, something wrong? To make you, well, seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about? Governor, at the times like that, you don't want to have the couple after you, believe me. Let's speak up from a personal experience. Personal experience? Something enough, Peppino, there is no need to say more. The truth is, that the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the couple, but tried to run away. Minor. He dragged me back into the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, I couple. Bruises, you say? Oh! Dude, now! Lord, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. That's a little kinky. What the fuck? Oh, how old are they? Hey, man. Let's look at the. Okay, yeah. The fucking let's show them that because I don't see a fucking red ring on. Oh yeah, fucking called it. The day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitational stay. It's only. You describe it. There's one glaring inconsistency that remained. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I'll ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. The bruising on the victim who was put in the column more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed, that is the most peculiar. Well, what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning. Many times. Peppino's right. The man is a photograph. Is someone different to the man we held captains that night.
identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion himself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The consistency noted by the defense is most troubling. Who were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered? The fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. If it is for precisely these occasions, that we keep meticulously notes in the court record, Mr. Naruto, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. Well, Mr. Lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever the truth it is that you've apparently seen? What exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? Every time, whoever this man was, Capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog collet. Mon Dieu, Peppino, it was not. Or arse, as you say. Was Inspector, eh? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. Jeez, who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? I don't know. Oh, whoa, what the fuck?
I saw it. Very courtroom earlier today. Just be peddling history. What would a street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is the mat? Reading his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Call to the stand has been explained to you. Some inspector again? I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rochelle and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? You have any choice? You're in a big of trouble, eh, couple? Alright. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. XZ, you think we would forget those grand lips, huh? Never leave Fresno Street, alright? No interest in any redhead league. All alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk and nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me. Does it look like I would carry off at this guy with the face like that? This motherfucker's the fucking husband, right? Hmm. Okay. Alright. Call it nuclear? No. I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? You know, all the people from this man's country have grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street and I've never left. That is a problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. How many times do we want me to say, eh? Really? had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. Sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. He does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Well, as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno's, you won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town. No, sir, no.
ちょっと
Mr. Duracell? Ooh. Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's word not just lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. To be the headquarters of the Red-Headed League, yes? I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Eh? He had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms? But no, you're mistaken, chum. Never left Fresno Street. Me, like I said, mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the couple's right. I remember it too. It was for paying the man with the bank notes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the papers. What name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? What the? What? No! Pillar of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. This case is a clusterfuck. Well, okay, this case is like... It's not as convoluted as the last case. The last case was fucking weird. Because the last case, it was about this dude who could fucking teleport, like, you know, teleport and shit. This one, I'm like, okay, like, I'm kind of understanding what's going on. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Okay, gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. In everyone's capacity, Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. Suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. Suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Aye, if either of us is as vulgar as anatomy. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You'll update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So much shit that we could cut him on. Well, let's press him. So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. And how about the notice board in there? Okay, yeah, see? It was a good thing we pressed. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me to no end of bother, to be honest. It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about this room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of this testimony that's really bothering me now. Good night, John. I finally going. Alright. Okay, and then we're gonna present. There we go. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why is it that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room? I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well, Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with. Oh, this is a new one. Sleep it. This is a fucking banger, dude. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that you personated Inspector Gregson. Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. The other way around. What do you mean? Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that this prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. And hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing its true face, would make it an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Kid witness, are you still hiding the truth from the court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. Oh, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? Got it. Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Name counsel. This is Mr. Vigil. Name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Young gentlewoman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed league men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich are all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, you just hold on a minute. What I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspensions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. De Rochelle and Mr. De Rossi, you are restraining the witness. Hey, my lord. What the fuck is this? Stop! Get off! Don't! Dude. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so that the court can see your face. This is a really good case, though. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? Won't believe it, but see, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. The day of the red-headed league enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. De Rosa and Mr. De Rossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector, or rather. Was you posing as the inspector, no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Davy Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage, but times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagement at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Pericles Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my fallings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. Now rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street, the scene of the very crime we were investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could tell to the passing gentleman, even at 6 pence apiece, you can hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to the Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some 10 years after I invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is. recognized me one day. You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw me what I had become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We also met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orchis tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance works, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would let me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions was to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquishes identification in your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Became something of a second office for him. Person declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the time. Really? Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification, but it never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Damn. Well, missing this confession completely destroys the defense's case. When you said prosecutor exit good. So, my learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Defense, for proving it. I don't think we're done yet. Conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Ozma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at that time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the Defense Concur Council? Takuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Visual's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Isogi's last moment. His own father. I know. I do understand that. But even so. Prosecutor Isogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? Hard to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Well, 10 years ago is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job, yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Visual's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing, it's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. The seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. Really don't. Sama. I should return to him. Should I present the evidence or not? Leave it. We're not gonna say just yet. No! I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I left the prison 10 years ago. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition? Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of your prison staff member's appointment. Dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Visual. What? What? It's mine? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay? No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. Sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? Forcibly dismissed. There must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. Doesn't this say the 25th of June? Order at the time stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. Convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. Witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes? Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Visual, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago, and now it's time for you to track them up. The whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories at the time of return? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery at plot number 139, blood, lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. Deaths, conspiracy, and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? And I suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Sorry, Deli. This is a serious business, but I can now help you now. As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of Foray. Well, it seems the fellows of Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're a too-attended person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Whoa. Alright, I'm fucking with this.
人鬼の影。
All right, I'm fucking with this so hard right now. Dude. I'm fucking with this really hard right now. I'm not gonna lie.
麻生
I'm not gonna lie.
そしてグレグソン刑事。彼らを縛り付ける重い鎖は過去からの闇を引きずっている。そこに光をもたらす奇跡はもうそこまで迫っていた。
All right. Good fucking part. 5 hours in. We done an investigation and a fucking trial. Ooh, dude, I think we're gonna pass this by Saturday. Yeah, now we're gonna do investigation part 2. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out to bed. Thank you for everybody who joined. I love each and every one of you as always. I'll be back probably by like tomorrow, Saturday. But